Hi all, my name is Kat, and welcome to my channel in this body doubling session. I'm a bit of a chatty tasker, but if you prefer minimal chat, I have some other videos where I don't talk as much. Links in the description. Everyone is welcome here during these body doubling sessions. I work on current illustrations. If you don't know what body doubling is, it is a strategy to stay on task and get things done. More information and a link in the description. During this body doubling session, I'll be using a Pomodoro technique, not the Pomodoro technique. This one is different because we start with an hour and take a 10-minute break, then we go to 50 minutes with another 10-minute break, and so on until we hit 20 minutes, which will be our last stretch. Let's get started.
Hello, sorry about that. And also super sorry that I'm late. I think that this is just a week where I'm gonna be a little bit late, clearly. But that's okay. Also, my system is being super weird. Like, super weird. Oh my god! Lizardi, you were here from the start! I cannot, like, tell you how awesome that is. Lovely. Okay. Oh, is that why? I'm learning all sorts of new things with my stuff, so, you know. Oh. God. Oh, damn, I don't remember what it was now. I had a cool dream. I don't remember what it was. Frick. Ooh. Yeah, I try to be on at 7:30 here. I have not necessarily been succeeding in that. I know that if I were to actively go and schedule it earlier, like a good little human, I could 100% absolutely force myself to be up here because I absolutely... I'll tell you exactly why I, Yes, it would be 8:30 EST. In New York, I think it would be like 9:30. Like, it's super weird. I'm in the Midwest, and like in California it's 2 hours, and I think like New York, it would be like 9. I think it's also 2 hours. Anyways. As a kid, I got really good at taking myself to places. See? Great minds think alike. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's weird. It's weird. My brain is not functioning right now. I know that Florida is EST. I really thought that New York was also 2 hours. Yeah, so back in the day before the pet sitting, and yeah, this is 90% the pet sitting now. So back in the day, I used to, because I was very much military background family, yeah. I don't know if, well, no, you're also military. No, Alright, I barely woke up like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I barely woke up 20 minutes ago. Okay. So in the military, they have a saying, which is, if you are on time, you're late, and if you're late, you're dead. Or if you... Okay, how was it? If you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. And if you're late, you're dead. And I was not introduced to that until much later in life. However, my parents always had a rule about getting to places early. And we would always be there at least, like... I'm not a caffeine person. I'm much more of a sugar person. Though I do like my hot chocolate without sugar in it. Unfortunately, Nestle is the only one around here that makes decent, sugarless hot cocoa mix. Anyways, but yeah. No, we did not ever be late, because they are the type of my parents are the type of neurodivergent where they freak out if it's not right. So they're probably higher on the autistic spectrum, or the autism spectrum, than they are the than they are on the ADHD spectrum. Either that, or else the military just like did things. What is up with you two? Are you caught now? No? Okay, good boy. Anyways, right, yeah. So, yeah, they're being obnoxious today. I don't know why. I woke up to them being... They're so weird. My cats are so weird. Anyways, as for the as for being on time, we would always try to be at least 15 minutes early for whatever it was that we were doing. And most of the time we were up to maybe like an hour, 30 minutes to an hour early for everything. Which is a great work habit to have, except that if you are pet sitting, if you end up being way earlier than the selected time frame, you ended up meeting people when they were home, or if you were later than the selected time. I like pet sitting, but it is not a good thing for me, because I think that's when I started really having like anxiety issues. Yeah, the whole panic thing, it happened very, very rarely, because like I said, most of the time we would be like a couple hours early to whatever it was that we were doing. I'm just like very monotone right now, and I kind of feel bad about that. I'm trying to be inflective, but I'm just like da 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 da. Anyways, I'm sorry that you had to go through that. It's not a lot of fun and causes a lot of anxiety. when so when I started working, I worked at double A. I think it's a double A base. I think it was a double A baseball team. There's a local baseball team that in town that definitely that I started working for when I was a kid. I only did like food service and stuff like that. But we always ended up with the shit-tastic shift. And I didn't want to do it. I did not want to be the one that came in, wrapped 1,500 hot dogs before service, and, you know, do all that. And when I complained about it, all of my extended family members, they were like, oh, that's just the job. I'm like, no, the job is to come in, serve food. Make sure that your assigned area is clean. And like, I did not sign up for these extra shifts. I didn't realize it until like way afterwards that one, it was probably all voluntary, and two, my mom would, because I was working with my mom, and my mom would probably sign us up because it was a little extra money. And I'm just like, this is not what I wanted to do. And I absolutely still, I still have a great hatred for hot dogs. That does not, I will eat brats, but I have a great hatred for hot dogs. And it's been well over 10 years since I worked there. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Yeah, my mom has been there from the start, and I'm just like, you need to stop. You need to stop. But see, here's the thing, is that this place is like an hour or so away from my home, or from where I grew up. And I was just like, are you kidding me? I don't want to be up here 3 hours before the freaking game. Well, I'm not, like, you know, 30 minutes or something, like, before. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sonic's terrible that way. You can really tell their food if the oil has or has not been changed, especially in the onion rings. I end up with I feel terrible after I feel terrible after eating Sonic. Yeah, it's for fucking volunteer things. You would end up being up there, and that's on top of the time that you still have to go and set up your station. It's so freaking dumb. It takes anywhere between... I was a little slow, I'm not gonna lie. It takes anywhere between, 30 minutes to an hour to go and set up a station for me. And that's because you have to do a pre-count and a post-count. Or you have to do your pre-count, and it took me a long time to go and do counting after the game too. I got my I had a special booth which had a third-party vendor in it. Yeah, it still does have that vendor. And it definitely I definitely caused them some like problems because I was so slow with my counts, and they'd be like, okay, we're gonna go and do all this stuff, you go and do this stuff now, and then we'll help you with this stuff. Like, I took forever with my counts. But yeah, it was all like volunteer stuff coming in coming in early. And I don't think I might be exaggerating by 1 hour, but I'm also factoring in the drive time. And it was so freaking stupid. Ugh. But yeah, and I think that's the mindset of the older generation compared to the younger generation, is that, you know, yeah, we'll do the work provided we're asked about it, but if we're just given the work without being asked or anything, without being like consulted about it, yeah, it's not something we're just gonna sit there and take. Like, I mean, we're not willing to go and put up with it, is what I'm trying to say. And it's so dumb that people think that that's okay. But yeah, we would have to be there we would have to be there 2 hours before the game to go and wrap all those freaking dogs. And then, so how it worked is that the game started at a certain time, the gates opened an hour before that, and you had to be in your booth anywhere between 30 minutes to an hour before that. And for the volunteer, and then the volunteer on days where they were doing the special sales, sometimes it would happen like 2 or 3 times a week, and I was just like, bro, I am not doing this. I was so angry. And mind you, this is during the summer, and while I had no places to go, there was no like airflow in these GD stations. So we're stuck. I was in particularly stuck in a terribly hot section. Like, stuff would shut down. I mean, they tell us, yeah. I ended the place I was working at beforehand. Fucking A. I did not get a lot of direction with things, and let's just say it's been a hell of a year, and I was ready for rest. Like, I was putting everything on hold until after January, after the trip, because I knew that was coming, and my year, the months, the 12 months leading up to it were just chaotic. Were just so chaotic, and I wanted to be like, okay, after I get the trip done, I can start thinking about things afterwards. Yeah, that ended up being pretty terrible. That plan ended up being pretty terrible. But yeah, I wasn't really like, I was trained on some things, but for the most part, it was not. I don't know what they were expecting. I really don't. But I definitely have faced it before, and I knew it wasn't going to end well. I was just hoping it would last longer than it did. That's all I'm going to go with on that. It was frustrating, to say the least, but yeah. I don't, and I know that there's a disconnect between generations. There's definitely a disconnect between generations, because I'm fairly certain that the person who was running it was either at the tail end of the boomer generation or was a elder Gen Xer. Like, might as well have been boomer. And because they were definitely yeah, it was definitely There were definitely things that were just like, and it's crazy. It's just crazy. I don't, I shouldn't say this. I shouldn't say this, but, well, okay, let me go and put it in this, in a different way. From the experiences I've had so far, I do not work well in, small companies that are owned and operated by the boomer generation. Which doesn't make any sense, except for that, for some reason, they don't really have, like, clear expectations. And again, this is my experience. There are probably some that are vastly different. In fact, really, really successful ones are different. But from what I can tell is that a lot of them, or at least the ones I've worked on, are very much still on the good old boy train, and expect you to toe the party line. And as we all know, neurodivergent people do not do that. They are very much like, yeah, it's very frustrating, but it's okay. Oh, and the other thing is that they only train you in one way. They don't actually, I have not experienced a way where they, you know, like, they don't openly try to ensure that you understand what you're doing. Which is dumb. Why in here, guys? My fur kids. I love them all very, very much. Anyways. Yeah, I'm just being a Debbie Downer. Anyways, no, that, the whole writing the... Are you writing an artist statement, or are you doing, what was it? Let's see, typing stuff. Yeah, are you doing artist statements, or are you, are you doing... Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that sucks. Oh god, that's horrifying. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I've got, even though I have statements out and everything, I don't have... I definitely need to, I definitely need to, didn't work there long. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I'm surprised that I did, but, oh my god, no. Don't do that. I'm not doing a butt nose. I don't like this. I'm gonna undo all of it. Okay. Give me a second. Let's see, my mom actually suggested should I book about my work I'm starting in Notion, it might be a viable option. I mean, people love knowing how artists work. That's one reason why I'm doing these vids. Now, it's so amazing. People believe that art, and I know that there are artists who have definitely, like, are definitely like that, but most people just see artists as the lonesome individual. Yeah, yeah. Gotta love the AU ADHD. I always suck at drawing mouths. Someone once complimented me on drawing mouths, and I'm like, I don't believe you. So I'm sitting here like, why is this mouth not right? Shh. But yeah, yeah. When you have to actually be like, okay. Yeah, I'm sure that that mouth isn't right. Ah. Dude. That's intense. That definitely sounds like a very artistic thing to say. Ah, I love it. Ah. I know it's very much from the heart because I get it. I really, really do. Oh my gosh. I am going to call it good on her face. I'm not going to deal with this anymore. Oh wait, I love that eyebrow, but that's not right. Well, you know. Oh, yeah, no, I meant like trying to figure out the lips and the nose. I'm gonna call it good. I really like the eyebrow, though it's not right. That's not the expression that that eyebrow needs to be making. That makes me sad. Oh, God bless. Did a perfect eyebrow, now I can't do another one. Ah. There we go, I did it. I don't know how, but I did it. Anyways. But I'm not saying that I don't. Yeah, she's supposed to be raising her eyebrow. Yeah. There we go. Ah, frick. Come on. There we go. The other one was like more of a concerned eyebrow, whereas this one's more like a puzzling eyebrow. Yay, I'm an artist. I can name different eyebrows. Man, all I want to go and do now is go and play some Fallout. There you go. Yeah, yeah. You know, that's the thing. That's the thing that I realized is that when here's the thing about artists, and I don't think many people realize this. Yes, the questioning eyebrow. I mean, if you heard a stove talking, wouldn't you be wondering what the hell is going on? Oh man, you know what? They never said that there wasn't any fire coming or any smoke not coming out of it. Anyways, something that I just thought about whenever you were talking about your symbolism is that I don't think most people realize that they'll definitely go into like the classic, right? I mean, she is lost in a forest. It would make sense. Anyways, there's a frick, what is it? It's something or other. God's all bless. Cannot remember. I don't like that ear. We're going back to that again. Right. Talking about artists, and you were talking about symbolism. I think that that's one of those things that people don't realize. I mean, they'll hear about it in like classical artists, is that I mean, why not? Why not? You never know. Like, it's crazy how books are. Books are like the greatest thing ever. That's why the government wants to get rid of them. Oh, are you going to do it like James Gurney's books, or are you going to do it like the Animator Survival Guide or Survival Kit? Which, by the way, is one of the best books about animation ever. Right? See, and that's the thing, is that people, you know, they're like, oh yeah, there's so much symbolism in, you know, classical paintings. And it's like, the symbolism now is different, but there's still a frick ton of symbolism in contemporary artists, even in like fantasy artists. Okay, I can't blame you about James Gurney. I met Okay, so here's the thing, is that I was so sheltered that the first convention I went to, I had already graduated high school, and Scott McCloud's books on, yeah, he's good with that. Scott McCloud's books on comics are fantastic. So the first convention I only went to because I was trying to meet up with Todd Lockwood. Apparently he was there, but unless somebody was like, okay, this is this person, I will not actively know who somebody is unless I have already like done a shit ton of research into what they look like. And Todd Lockwood, he doesn't really have a whole lot of photos out there. There you go. There you go. I'd probably hold off on reading Mouse for a little bit. 8 years old is a little young to be reading that stuff, but I do highly recommend it, especially considering right now. I think everyone should read. I think Mouse should be a required reading book. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm so sad for you. Nah, what? I'm very concerned about this, nah. Anyways, going back to what I was saying. Nice. Nice. I don't necessarily know if 8 is it's beautifully done, it's beautifully written, and it's all like first-hand account, which is so important right now, because not only is it the narrative tale, but it is a first-hand account. While the person who wrote and drew it is not the person who experienced it, they did listen to the person that they did do it. I don't think they even realized that they had, like, there's one part of it that's like really messed up. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying don't read it to her. I'm just saying 8 might be a little young. That's all I'm saying. Like, honestly, I need to go and get some for my nibblings and give it to all of them when, I would say like 10 would be a good age, because I think that's about the time that they start introducing that in school. I honestly don't know. Man, I don't know if I would want to reread it right now. I'm just like, okay. I didn't. Yeah, but Aliens is sci-fi. Emphasis on the fiction part of it. It's one thing to read. It's one thing to watch sci-fi. I mean, I was way too young to watch Aliens, and I think I was maybe in preschool. Wait, you guys haven't taken him out to a movie yet? Man, I thought I... Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I was definitely of the generation that, because we went out to a movie and everything, or because we would be going out, we had to be on our best behavior. But yeah, there is a movie theater at our place that actually has kids times where, yeah. But they have, kids times for movies where parents who have kids can go and watch them. It's earlier in the afternoon and it's a little cheaper too. It's very accommodating and I love it. And I'm so glad that they didn't close during there was a massive closure of most of their things. Yeah, they definitely do. I don't know if they're still doing it, but they used to have $7 Tuesdays, which is super freaking cool. I hope to God that they're still doing it. One of these days, I'm gonna go and do it. Because, cheap-ass movie in a really nice place. Yeah, some places definitely have that. I don't know if they have a low sensory time, or low sensory... There we go. Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna go and erase that. There's that. There we go. Perfect. And I'm gonna erase that. Yeah. I'm not discounting that, by any means. But, oh my goodness. Now, what was I saying? Talking about movies. Oh, Mouse Comics, James Gurney. So, when I went to this convention, it was up in KC, it was for this, thing called Spectrum Fantastic Art. It used to be an annual book where you could submit your work, and it would be viewed by the top professionals. Nice. Nice. Ha. Yeah, yeah, that might be something. That might be something. Oh my goodness. I couldn't imagine doing that during a movie. I really couldn't. Especially out in public. Well, okay, like out in public, definitely. But at home, you know, that's different. But seriously, doing that is so rude and so disrespectful. Don't get me wrong, I am super glad that they have such a massive fandom. And don't get me wrong, I really, really want to go and play Minecraft. But I want to play the original Minecraft, you know, the one that was on, like, just random, on random websites that look sketch AF. That was not bought. I mean, that's true, but I also remember going to opening weekend of Lord of the Rings. All, you know, maybe not the first movie, but definitely the last two, and Harry Potter. Now, granted, right? See, that's the one that I want to play, is the freaking beta version. Do you have a copy of that? I don't know if they actually had copies of that. Java edition on Windows. Nice. I mean, I went to the release of Pokemon, the movie. Darn it. Like that, as far as video games have gone, I only have like 2 regrets. One, not getting the the beta version of oh yeah, not getting the beta version of Minecraft. And 2, not getting the pre-ordered edition of Dishonored. Because they came with tarot cards and I really, really want those. I mean, they do sell them, and they actually did some really cool shit with that. Man. It's just like, I did that terribly. I got cocky. Oh my goodness. I mean, I guess that's the plight of the adult millennials now. Yeah, I think I really screwed up something in my system because my voice is so much louder. According to my little bar things, it's so much louder than it used to be. Maybe, wait. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, I don't know. I give up. But yep. Those are like my only 2 gaming regrets. Although, did you hear that that Nintendo was releasing the Switch 2 and that they were going to start charging $80 a game? I can't even afford doing $50 a game. I wait until games are like $50 or like 15 bucks or cheaper to go and purchase it. There is no freaking way that I'm spending 80 bucks for a video game. Like, No way. There's no way. Yeah, but still, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If that's their starting price for one of their games, unless it's like a super special edition, limited, like super limited. Yeah. They're not sure how it's going to affect the others. Like, not a limited edition version of it. Like, I can't imagine. I think it's dumb buying the limited editions of anything. But that's just me. Unless you get like a whole bunch of really, really awesome, good shit. Like, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's like, guys, this game is not going to be worth it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like, people be broke out here. You really expect them to be like, yeah, we're gonna go and pay $80 for a game. Like, I understand that they're trying to be conscientious of like fair pay and everything, but that's a luxury that people can't afford right now. And it's so dumb that they don't recognize that. Like, seriously, who the F can actually afford that right now? So stupid. So stupid. I'm sorry, I'm being overly, like, upset about this. Even though I will not probably end up getting it. Like, brand new games, I still think are dumb being at, like, what the prices are at. But I understand what that is. And, you know, my newest console... Right. My newest console is a PS3. Unless you want to count my phone, in which case, that's my latest console. I don't play it very often. I play Sudoku on it. But my newest console is a PS3. Like, it's so stupid. I prefer playing the older games because, I'm sorry, they were... Like, okay, I have played a little bit of Dark Souls. I don't like Dark Souls because it takes everything that was hard about the original games and turns it up to, like, the original, like, games. And then turn it up to an 11. Like, I play on my PC. I play on my computer. Because that is definitely a thing that I do, and it's something that I do get inspired by and things like that. And that's one reason why I have Fallout 4. I have two Fallout 4s. I've got a Fallout 4 for my, nice. I have Fallout 4 for a PS4. I had a friend who, or my roommate has a PS4. But I also have Fallout. I haven't ever played Animal Crossing, sorry. But the Fallout 4, when it was on sale at a stupid price, and 2, it was Game of the Year edition with all the extras, like all the DLCs. It's like, okay, this is a price I can't beat. So yeah, I did not. I think I ended up completing my Fallout collection with the exception of 76, because I refused to play a game that refused to play that game. I saw it when it was first released and saw all the things that happened with it. I'm just like, I don't want to like encourage people to go and have shit-tastic games upon release, especially a AAA studio. Like, guys, you have the money to actually go and make sure that your code is bug-free. Like, you have that money. You are big enough that you can go and do that. Why the hell are you releasing buggy code? The only reason why anyone should be releasing buggy code is if they are the only ones who are producing said game. Like, if it is a one-man show, one-man band, yeah. Okay, I like that. That's fine. Maybe not so much that, but we'll leave it alone. Yeah, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I do also understand that the gaming industry has not changed prices on their games since the release of the original Nintendo. I think that's right. And I know it's been a very, very long time. And I do know that they're kind of like due for an update on that, but if you want to go and increase the amount of people purchasing your games increase the quality of, like, be advocates. I don't know if they are or not. I really don't know if Nintendo is anyways, but increase the quality of life of those who work for you and make sure that the people around you and the people around them and so on and so forth, the people that you want to go and buy your products can A, actually afford it, and B, are in a situation where they can enjoy it. Because right now, nobody's in that situation. Honestly, I think now is the time for the indie game industry to really take off. But I've heard lots of good things about Animal Crossing. Like, a lot of people really, really love that series. I also hear that it's a big thing for the furry fandom too. I don't like that. Yeah, I can handle that. Man. Oh, man. Anyways. I'm sorry if I'm being like a Debbie Downer or anything. Kind of. I'm kind of sorry about that. However, I have good news. If any of y'all are following me for my Tremendicon, like, stuff, I have good news! We've got started on the convention guide. No, I'm joking. I mean, I am, but I'm not. I'm just really proud that it's going now. Now I get to go and be the evil person that I've always was meant to be. I know, that's not so bad. Yep. Yes, it is good news. It is good news. Over the next week or so, probably in less time than that, I'll be plopping everything into it and then go and hunt down people and be like, where is my shit? Yes, I'm actually the primary for it. I have been, so I've been on the Terminicon staff for 4 years now. I was on there. I still didn't finish my freaking James Gurney story. God bless. So, okay, I'll finish this one and then I'll go back to that. Nice, there you go. So I have been on the Terminicon staff for 4 years now. And I was initially brought on because I actually don't mind and really, really love working on book design and book things that have to do with books, which means layouts, things like that. So I'm a big fan of InDesign despite everything that's been going on. Which is why you will hear me going and be like, okay, here's this thing, but here's this other thing with Adobe. Anyways, so again, I'm getting really excited and you can see it in my line work. You know what, screw it. I'm just gonna go with it. So I was brought on to go and do the convention guide initially. And I have been doing it now for 4 years. It is now kind of my baby. And I oh, that explains oh so much. However, I'm also very proud of myself. Oh, lovely. I've been doing these lines without having the stabilization on. I feel very proud of myself. I'm like, oh, these lines are turning out really awesome. Woohoo! And then I look and there's the stabilization. I'm like, oh, it's not on. Huh. Go figure. Anyways, but now it's kind of like my baby in the fact that I don't necessarily want anyone else messing with it. Especially after having put in a lot of the work and trying to get, like, I kind of know where things go now. I'll definitely say that at the shop that I was working at before, they did a lot of stuff. Right, I stabilized it myself. They did a lot of like conventions and things like that, and so it was really cool seeing the different layouts on that. I wish I had been able to see more, but c'est la vie. There's a lot of stuff that they had in there. They had a lot of stuff. They had stuff going back to the 80s, and I'm just like, bro, unless you're making a scrapbook of this stuff, you need to throw this out. Because one, no one uses this layout anymore, and two, unless you need reference for a very, very old style, this is not gonna work out, bro. And honestly, you only need like 2 of them. You don't need like 1,500 of them. Yeah, I think it was really, really silly. Anyways, but it was really cool seeing the different layouts and things that they had. And I learned a lot in regards to that. And no, it was just it. But now I've been working on the guide for a couple of years. It's it's kind of like my baby now, and I don't want to lose it. Anyways, okie dokie smoky. All right, let's see. Okay. Okay. I think I know what ended up happening as far as some of my stuff goes. I love computers. Don't you love them too? Anyways. Okie dokie, Smokey. I am going to close all of you out, and then I will go deal with that in a minute. Hello, little one. I did better whenever I was, stabilizing on my own, right? Oh, right. So yeah, no, I've done the guide for a couple years now. I'm really, really proud of it. Yay! But the thing about it is that it always presents an interesting time, and yeah. I try to get it done as early as I can each year. It doesn't always work out that way, which is fine. It happens. It's the nature of the beast. Honestly, if I could get certain things like taken care of right at the beginning or right at the start of the following year, within 2 months of the last convention, I would be a happy human. But I think that that's just the nature of the beast. I think that the bigger conventions are able to do stuff like that. Smaller conventions, it is what it is. But I love it. I love working with them. It's a good crew. It's this year we I actually have a team this year. In the previous years, it's only been like 2 of us, maybe 3 of us. Usually it's like 2.5 people. This year we actually have a full team, and oh my god, all I can do is sit here and just drool and be like, oh my god, you guys are amazing. I have never been so happy. Mind you, I am not actually in charge of anybody. I'm just kind of like, okay, I am here to distill information from one side to the other side. And I need to be better at that kind of stuff. Not that I'm terrible at it. I do get it. I know where to go for 90% of the information. It's just, yeah. It's fine. But I put a lot of myself into doing the guide, so I will definitely say that I have made major mistakes, and I definitely wanted somebody to be like, hey, this ain't working out, bro. Like in previous years, I really wanted somebody to be like, okay, this is dumb, don't do this. But they were like, no. And as an artist, we all know that the people who are like, oh, it looks so great. Like, no, I need you to rip me to shreds. I want you to rip me to shreds. I don't want the art direction. I don't want like any of this kind of stuff. Yes. Unfortunately, because I have the memory of a goldfish, I forget a lot of things very quickly. So I end up whenever I meet up with my team, I end up staying late I end up being up late so that I can finish out stuff, or so that I can go and send out emails and be like, okay, here we go. Because if I don't do it, I will completely forget what it is. Sometimes it's been getting really bad recently. I've noticed that, like, in the middle of stuff, Even on here, you can see it on here. Like in the middle of stuff, I will completely, like I'll be in the middle of saying something or doing something, like I'm actively doing it, and it will just disappear. And I am very, very concerned about that. They say that when you start noticing symptoms for Alzheimer's and all that, you're already too late. I'm like, I don't want that to be a thing. I'm sorry, but I don't. I wouldn't be surprised if I do. But c'est la vie. That's not to say I can't tell if I'm being gaslit. I can definitely tell if I'm being gaslit. That's one of those things that definitely, because what it does is it will cause me a very, very high anxiety. Like, I will get this absolute dread about something. I'll be out doing stuff, and I will have this immense amount of dread, and I'm sitting here like, okay, what is it that I am forgetting? Because that's the only time that I end up with that amount of dread. Same thing with gaslighting. If I end up having like an immense amount of dread from or if somebody says something to me and I'm just like, and I'm immediately hostile towards it, you know, I have figured out that it's mostly because that information was not there. And if it's like factual and something that you can actually go and look up, I will go and do that. But if it's something else, like certain things, I've gotten to the point where that whole hyper specific thing that you can remember, even though you can't remember like literally what you did 20 minutes ago, like that hyper, I remember everything about this conversation, even though I was paying zero attention to it. Especially if it's like with somebody that is consistently doing that. It's a trauma response. Yeah, I'm very good at knowing when I'm being gaslit. Because my brain will be like, no, that's not right. I've started listening to that side of my brain a lot, because it's honestly terrifying how much I can actually recall if somebody tries to tell me that certain things happened or didn't happen. Also, I do feel like there are times where I do have the Mandela effect going on, because I swear to all that is holy, in Futurama, the little tower for Planet Express has the same color scheme as the Planet Express ship. Though if you look at it, it's red and everything. No. It has always been, to me, it has always been that teal and blue. I can see it clearly now, and I remember watching it as a kid. And I don't care what anyone says, it has always been that color. And I've had people that have been like, no, it's always been this color. I'm like, no, it hasn't. And it changed about 7 years ago. I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's about right, because no, 6 years ago. No, 7. 6 to 7 years ago it changed. Because I do remember very clearly before roughly that time, it was that same thing. And then I saw it fairly recently, about 7 years ago, and it had changed to the other one. I'm like, that's not right. And I very clearly remember being a kid and it being like the tower itself was the blue, it was the green teal. You're all good. I'm gonna finish my little rant though. But it was the green teal, and the little ring that goes around it was the dark blue of the fins, like the green of the ship's body and the blue of the fins for the little ring. There you go. There you go. I will. But that is the mandala effect for me. I don't care what anyone says. It has always been that way. Because I remember being a very, very young child and seeing it like that. What is this? Anyways. Okie dokie. Enough looking at that. Ah, man. Anyways, okay. I don't want to do this guy now. I don't want to mess with him. Done. I'm done. I'm done. No, I'm not. I know I'm not done with it. I'm just... I don't want to... I don't want to play with him at the moment. I do, though, want to go and get these boots colored. Anyways, okay. Frick. You know what? Screw it. It's fine. Yeah! And simply because I know that this will be a pain to do later. And we're gonna turn you way the hell down, and we're gonna take this one, we're gonna take this one, and we're gonna go. Sorry. For anyone who's listening to this at a later date time. I'm kind of sorry. I don't like that. I don't like that either. Ah, that's the wrong one! Wrong one! Danger, Will Robinson! Danger! Danger! Hmm. Okay. Do 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 do. Oh man. I've only been here for 20 minutes, bro. Oh man. Maybe I should. Oh, wait, no, I did that. Bugger. Isn't 10 a little early for lunch? I don't know. Who can say? So, back a while ago, speaking of lunches and foods and things, so I used to get up at the ass crack of dawn in order to get to work and all that jazz, right? Well, I used to eat at like 5 in the morning. But here's the thing is that I wouldn't really start getting hungry until like 2 in the afternoon. Like legit. It's a weird thing. That totally happened. That makes it sound so much like it didn't happen. Ugh. Okie dokie, Smokey, okay. That's gross. Cats are jerk faces. They're tracking litter everywhere. Ugh. Just not gonna lie, this one looks super weird. Oh, I'm not in the lines. Damn it. Not in the lines section. That's fine. Figure it out. No, 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 no. Okay, so I'm only a chatty tasker if there's somebody else with me. Actually, no, that's not necessarily true. There are days where I just go and talk to myself. But, you know. Okay, that sounded really, really bad. There is no way to say that in a really, really good way. Is there? I don't think so. I guess I'm just not as much of one whenever there's no one around? I have no idea. Or maybe I'm just not, like, hyper-focused on this like I usually am with things. I'm not very focused on this at all right now. Oh no. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah, I can deal with that. That's fine. Mm. Actually, you know what? Too much, too much. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Okay. Mm. Okay. Ah, too much, too much. Hi, Bug. You want it back up here? Oh boy. Hi, baby. Hi, little bug. So I try to call them Bug and Baby. I try to call him Bug, and I try to call her Baby. Patience. She'll come along later. She may not come on while I'm streaming, but she'll come up onto my lap later and be like, I want all the attention. Yes, your sister will. Yes, your sister will. Yes, you will. Mwah. Yes. 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 I love how you're just like, I don't care about my teeth being looked at. I don't actually open up his mouth. I just push his little jowls up. I think that's what they are anyways. Whenever somebody talks about jowls, that's usually what they're talking about. Or at least that's what they usually show. Did that wrong. Now I kind of want to go and fall asleep right now. Not good. Not good. You know what? Let's go ahead and save this. And let's open up our handy dandy little thing. Our mini version of this. Or as I say mini version. This is what I'm talking about when I say mini version. Actually, it does not look too shabby. Lovely. But I want to see you smaller. Oh. So, for anyone who does not do art or God's all bless. Anyone who does not do art, whether that be traditional or digital, Although there is this movement called Tradigital, which I think I would probably fall more in line with. But the reason why artists will try to make their images as small as they can is so then they can actually see like how the lighting is affecting everything and the play between the lights and the darks and things like that. It's a very helpful tool. If you were able to do it, do it. It's one reason why artists step away from their canvas. Because I can't step away from my canvas easily. Actually, you know what? Real quick, just because I want to check something. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna save this and we're gonna see what it looks like. No. Sorry, I keep yawning. Alright, still doesn't look too bad. Gonna have to thicken some of these lines here and there. But for the most part, it's come along quite well. Despite my absolute, like, concerns about the lines. I may go and take a nap. I don't want to go and take a nap. What I want to do is finish the stupid stuff. No. I mean, yes. But no. I mean, yes. I like to do that. Okie dokie. Let's see. It's nice to know that the outlines show up better. I am gonna fall asleep. Oh my god. So, just a random little thing. There is this person. I think I saw. I'm not sure if I saw him on YouTube or on Insta, but I saw them go and play. They play organs, and I saw them go and play. I don't know if it's a pipe organ or not. But I saw them go and play the song Concerning Hobbits. And then they did a mashup between Concerning Hobbits and what was it? Frick. It's one of my favorite songs from How to Train Your Dragons. It could have been like the intro to How to Train Your Dragon. I don't remember. Anyways, it's really, really good. By the way, the artist's name is Anna Lapwood. But it is by far my favorite song. And she did an amazing job on it. Between the mashups. I do like it whenever... So my little neurodivergent brain does like it whenever there is, what is it? It does like it when there's mashups. Of course, it's a lot easier now to understand how mashups are made. But, I don't know if they have the same beat. Now I'm gonna go down a rabbit hole. Right now, I need a rabbit hole. I did turn on sounds so that I could, focus on or kind of wake up, but this may not. Well, I don't know what the name of that song is, so I can't do that. Never mind. Bugger. Alright. I do go to bed at a reasonable hour. Falling asleep is an entirely different thing. I don't necessarily say that I go to sleep at a reasonable hour. And I still haven't finished that damn story about James Gurney. And one of these days he's gonna... Hell, with as often as I have repeated his name in this video, I wouldn't be surprised if it shows up on his feed, and then he sees it, and then he's like, what? Or his family's feed, you know. I will say he's a really, really cool dude. Super wholesome, very encouraging. He's like the dinosaur version of Bob Ross. And if you understand that, then yes. And I will repeat that again when Lizardi comes back. If she comes back. She may just skip out altogether. I really hope that she's okay. That's all I hope. So I'm playing Neverwinter Nights. I love it. I love it. I don't feel like that's a bad use of cap lock. Yes, you did hear me correctly. James Gurney is like the dinosaur version of Bob Ross. Dino version of Bob Ross. So James Gurney got like he's done a lot of different work for a lot of different companies. But he is most famous for his own personal work, which is Dinotopia. You had said that you hadn't read any of his stuff or seen any of his stuff. So he wrote an entire series, or I don't know if he's still writing, but he wrote an entire series called Dinotopia, like this, like a Lost World version of that, and kind of what the civilization would be like. You know, you'd think that with as many pictures that are in his book, it would be a kid's book, but when you get towards the end of it, you realize, oh my god, this is absolutely brutal. So, yeah, like, okay, the animator's kit, survival kit, okay. My apologies, I misunderstood that. Anyways, James Gurney does go, and he does have a YouTube, and he does have a blog spot. If you watch him and read his blog spot, one, you don't have to buy any of his art books. He literally has it all in there. I bought them because they are fucking amazing. You don't need an art degree if you read his stuff. You don't have to do everything that's in them, but you will have a better understanding of color theory and how to create things the way they are. Imaginative realism is one of the books. The other one is Light and Color. He has a new one that came out recently, and apparently he did a book with Thomas Kincaid. Like, this man is... oh, he's a national treasure, and we should protect him at all costs. Right? Right? So, here's the thing with James Gurney. So, he was at Spectrum Fantastic Art Live. That is what this convention was called. And I went there to go and just see Todd Lockwood. I didn't want to go and see anyone else. I didn't know who anyone else was. Because, yes, he was there. I walked up. I saw all the dinosaur stuff. I'm like, this looks not like the stuff that I want to read. Didn't pick up any of his books. Did not do anything. His wife starts talking to me, and she's like, yeah, we found all these things in our basement. And they were like first editions of his books. And
Clever Kaiju is an artist-led organization that brings visual artists together to learn, develop, create, and bring their work to the world. We host a live art show called...
Sorry. My timing is not good on this. Okay. So... I pick up one of his books, and if I don't finish this now, I will never finish it. Or I go and look at his books, and what I should have done is pause the damn timer. Great, I didn't think about that. Anyways, so I look at his books, and his wife starts talking to me, and I am already nervous. My social anxiety is like super high. I'm like hyper aware of everything, and his wife starts talking to me, and she shows me all these books, and I think I have like a nice smile on my face and everything, and she's telling me about how they had gotten found these books in their basement. I was like, oh, that's cool. And it was very clear that she wanted me to buy something, and I think it was his wife anyways, I'm not entirely sure. Anyways, it was very clear that she wanted me to buy something, and I was like, I don't want dinosaur books. I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to walk away. I don't want dinosaur books. I have no idea who this person is. I'm going to go and look at some other really cool artists instead. I gave this man the biggest diss in my life, of anyone's life, and I just like completely discounted him. And here's the thing, is I didn't look up who this man was, like, at all. I had no idea who he was. He was not in my hemisphere. He was not like anything. But it wasn't until like the third or fourth time that it had to have been like the third time that I went to Spectrum. It only lasted for about 5 years, unfortunately. And that's an entirely different kettle of fish. But when somebody was finally like, yeah, James Gurney, he has this amazing book, you should totally read it. It's like, oh, dude, I have, like, going to Spectrum, I have had so many artist regrets. Like, it was what I needed, but I was way too immature for it. Like, I was way too immature for it. It's like going to, what is it, Lightbox, or is it a LuxCon? It would have been like going to a LuxCon and being complete amateur at everything, and then seeing all these masters. Pretty much it's just like being in a room full of masters and not knowing any of the masters' names. That's exactly what it was. Because that's exactly what it was. Anyway, So, like there were, I could pull out the little like pamphlet that I have from the spectrum, but the thing that kept making it worse is that I had no interest in looking at dinosaurs, and everyone's like, oh, you should go and read his books. I was like, I don't want to read dinosaurs. They're like, no, you go and read his light and color books on how to do things. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna go and look this dude up finally. And I was like, oh my god, I've been completely like ignoring this dude. He's just like, oh my god. And then I got his books, and I was just like, oh, this is the greatest master on the planet. And I don't. So every interaction that I had prior to actually looking him up, looking back, I have complete cringe on. And I doubt that A, he knows who I am, or B, that he would actually hold it against me. Like I have so much cringe from it that I'm just like, if I see this person again, I don't think I'm gonna make it. I think I'm just gonna be like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me. Please don't hate me. Like, oh my god. Okay. Story finished. I have thoroughly embarrassed myself now. All right, bye.
The Pin Click and virtual labs with professional instructors. Check out our webcomics, online store, event schedule, and Discord community at cleverkaiju.com. That's Kaiju, cleverkaiju.com.
Okie dokie. I am back on. I was sitting there panicking like, oh, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Trying to figure out how to turn that back on. So this is something that I think anyone who is neurodivergent understands. That when we drink lots of water, we don't consistently clean out our water bottles. We definitely don't clean them out every day. So I go and fill up while I'm on break, this break. I go and fill up my water bottle, go and put some flavors in there. No sugar. They are non-sugary flavors. And I go to shake it up a little bit, and I see something on the bottom of it. I was like, huh, that's weird. Go and look. Oh, it's time for me to go and clean my water bottle. Bleach that bitch out and go and clean it. Woot! Ah, the adventures of being neurodivergent. Did you know, and I will not ever be able to find the source of this, but there was a source. Actually, I think, I don't think I even... Yeah, I'm very lucky that I didn't start drinking out of it. Apparently, it's been a hot minute since I've cleaned it. Anyways, actually, I think that, How to ADHD goes over this. People who are neurodivergent are... Oh, they're doing the tornado siren testing today. Yay! I was wondering when that was going to start up. Anyways, welcome to the Midwest. Second Wednesday of the month. I think from from April until October, they go and do tornado siren testing. Anyways, and I will go into that in a second. Anyways, the How to ADHD, I can't think of what her name is. I know it's like McCabe is her last name, or McCabe. Anyways, there's a research paper that she quotes in which they say that people who are neurodivergent tend to die like 10 years sooner than neurotypicals. I think I have found out one reason why. I'm going to die a very young death. No, I'm joking. I wouldn't be surprised if I definitely die at a young age. All I want is to not know I'm gonna die. That's all I want. I don't want my last moments to be, oh shit, I'm gonna die. Yes. Okay, so it's very important for the Midwest to go and do tornado siren testing, because we have a shit ton of tornadoes. Now, they after the Joplin tornado, they create a new system with the tornado sirens. So the one reason why the Joplin tornado had such a massive death casualty or casualty rate is because the sirens actually blew up and people thought that they were in the clear. The sirens were going on so long that they literally like burned themselves out and blew up. I don't know about blowing up. I might be exaggerating on that part a little bit, but they definitely burned themselves out. And so people thought they were in the clear when they weren't. And so people were leaving shelters and things like that. So I am drinking fluids, just not out of that water bottle. Anyways, so what they started doing is that they started doing a daisy chain effect, where you would have sirens going off in the you would have one set of sirens going off, and you could still hear them. They're kind of like on the edge of your hearing, depending on how far away you are. Some of them are like super stupid close, and if you're that close to them, you want to cover your ears. I have been around them when they went off. They are loud, they are obnoxious, and they will freaking hurt your eardrums, because the whole point of it is to get the fuck into shelter. But because of the thing that happened with the Joplin tornado and how long that happened, they created the daisy chain effect, where you start with, for however long the storm goes on, they operate in sequence. The sirens operate in sequence. So, for however long that the tornado is going on, you, I don't know why I'm getting emotional about this. I might be getting close to that time. Who knows? But I also remember the absolute devastation, because I went there, not necessarily to help, but I went there. I went to Joplin. I didn't live all that far from there at the time, and I went out to help, and it was the thing about tornadoes, and I can't say this about because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the devastation in many other places. The thing about tornadoes is that the things that are left are trees. The only things that are left are trees. And the trees, mind you, I'm not talking like tiny little like sprouty trees. I'm talking like giant oaks. And if you know anything about oaks, they're fucking hard ass trees. And trying to hit one is like hitting a brick wall. So it's truly awe-inspiring and truly terrifying seeing a mature oak literally ripped out by its roots from the ground, and where stores used to be. Like some stores, so the fickle nature of tornadoes is also really terrifying, because that does nothing with this kind of this tornado literally wiped out everything in its throwaway. It's literally like somebody took an eraser and erased everything that was in its path. The only structures that survived were ones that were really rated for tornadoes. That were built up to tornado standards. Everything else, every house, everything that's in the way, you see it twisted and in a brush pile, essentially. I mean, I can't say anything about hurricanes because I have never been through a hurricane. I will have to take your word for it. But, I've seen flooding. Oddly enough, it doesn't bother me. I mean, like, as far as that goes, like, there are different types of flooding. There's the tsunami flooding, and then there is the regular flooding. Regular flooding does not bother me. Tsunami flooding, you're kind of dead, though. Oh, I didn't know that. I am so sorry. Pretty much my definition of a hurricane is a water tornado, but like 5 times as big. that is my definition of a hurricane, and at that point I'm just like, I'm not gonna survive. So unless somebody pays for everything, I am not going to live anywhere that has hurricanes, because that's just like nope. I will deal with the tornadoes. Not a big fan of yeah, it's a giant slow moving. But see, that's the thing, is that hurricanes, you know, like 90% of the time you know they're coming. Tornadoes, you have maybe 10 minutes at top. Like, you know that a storm is coming, but you always have storms. What you don't know is if it's going to turn into a, you know, turn into a into a tornado. Like, you have 10 minutes tops. As soon as those sirens go off, you need to be in... Well, I can't say anything because I have slept through tornado sirens before. But, if everything is telling you it's time to go, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Hurricanes can... I think that that's what happens with a lot of... Like, with a few exceptions. Like, Katrina. I can't speak anything to it, but based off of the research that was done for it, like, with the exception of, like, Katrina, I think for the most part, you know, that kind of stuff, you know, you can do everything to prepare for it. Right. I will 100% subscribe to the Waffle House theory in most places. Here, though, I think the theory that I subscribe to is the Domino's theory, because I actually worked in Domino's during a tornado, and they were like, "Okay, yep, yeah," and see, like that's not overly a big deal. So, you know, it's like, okay, whatever. But yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. And I'm sorry that I kind of got onto a depressing statement, but the tornado sirens went off. Don't worry, it's bright and shiny outside, so the likelihood of the tornado hitting is negligible. Really? Really? And how often have they been right about that? I mean... Yeah. But like I said, I can't say anything. Yay! Yeah. I can't say anything about that, honestly. Oh yeah, no, I read it twice and understood what you meant. Don't worry, I understand. But yeah, like I said, I can't speak to it from personal experience. It's not something I truly actually want to be involved with. I think the first time that I will ever I have never experienced flooding, I've never experienced hurricanes, and I have never experienced earthquakes. I've been told that we had earthquakes, but the particular area that I'm on is... Yeah. And I'm not saying that that's like the reason why I haven't gone there. Just, it's not something that I have experienced a whole lot of. Probably, okay, so I used to do a lot of traveling when I was a kid. Right? Well, if you have experienced tsunamis, then yeah. You have experienced earthquakes, but it's a little bit different. No. What was it? What was I gonna say? Oh, right. So I'm a weird person. If I didn't go into chemistry and if I didn't go into art, I would go into storm chasing. Because when I was a kid, we did road trips out west to Arizona, New Mexico, California, places like that. Usually we didn't go any further than Arizona, but we used to do road trips all the time. It was great. And one of the things is that when we went, there was usually a lot of storms. So we would go through storm after storm after storm, which is weird when you're driving through Texas. God. I always forget how big Texas is whenever you look at a map. But just going through the Panhandle is like 6 hours, I think. Actually, how long is it driving through the Panhandle of Texas? I'm gonna look that up. Oh wait, no, that was with this. Never mind. Okay. Well, yeah, it can be driven in one day. Oh my god. Are you serious? 3 to 4 hours. Okay. 3 to 4 hours. It's like half a day, half a work day. So, you know, it's not bad. This is so stupid. Driving this moon travel guides. Driving through the Texas Panhandle is a straight shot and can be done in one day. Yes, it can be done in one day. Oh my god. What? What? Oh my god. Apparently it varies. You know what? I'm just gonna go and use Google Maps on this. Because this is bullshit. Like, seriously. Should not be that hard to find a freaking answer for how long it takes to drive from one side of the Texas Panhandle to the other side of the Texas Panhandle. Alright, let's go from Texola directions to... We're gonna switch this around. Okay. So Texola is on the border of Oklahoma and Texas. And then going to Blero. Okay. What does Google say? It only takes about 3 hours. You lying mofos. What the hell, man? Takes about 2.5 hours. What the hell? I will say on the other side of Amarillo is the Cadillac Ranch, which if you drive that way, make sure you bring either your own paint pen or your own spray paint. They have some there that people leave, but ooh, Amarillo Museum of Art. I've never been there. I want to go. Sorry. But oh, I've been through Dumas. It's actually very pretty up there. Sorry. Yes. FU Santa Fe. No, I really like Santa Fe. It's absolutely beautiful. Sorry, I gotta go and turn this off now. But for as much as I have traveled between different states, I am actually surprised that aside from rain, I have not ever been in some sort of serious storm. Which, if you ask me, is very, very impressive because, like I said, I used to travel a lot and the dates for the travel were set really, really early in advance. So it is a little surprising. And we never really canceled or pushed back any of the trips either. Again, which is amazing, considering. Ah, what about you? Did you go and do road trips? Yeah, like Okie dokie, Smokey. Let's go ahead and start making this look a little bit more dreadful. I should have probably put this into details, but whatever. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Okay. How do I want to do this? But I haven't been to Yosemite. I've been to the outskirts of Yellowstone, and Yellowstone's massive. But I've never been to Yosemite. That's cool. Yeah, we did a lot of long. Dude. Did he try to go to all the national parks? There's a lot of national parks. Even though a lot of things are going on right now, which makes me very angry. When I was young, my mom got me the National Park Passport book. And all it is just a little book to go. Oh, that's cool. Okay, I got car sick as a, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, so this is a giant weakness of mine. I cannot tell if that... I have a hard time reading county and country. And I know it has to do with the R in it, and I think that says country, right? I think I remember that about St. Augustine, which I've always found really weird. Right. Nice! That's cool. I appreciate that. You don't have to. God, you send me so many pictures, and I feel kind of bad about it. Okay, country. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I completely, like... I know that county doesn't have an R in it, and country does, but... I still have a really hard time recognizing the word, and I don't know why. It's like collage and college. I have a hard time recognizing the words, the letters between them. Like, I can tell you the difference between there, and there. And I can tell you the difference between... God, there was another one that was like, there's 3 different ones, and I was like, oh yeah, there's that. You know what? That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. It's better than what I do, which is just hoard photos. Dude, I hoard photos so badly, it's not even funny. Which reminds me, I need to go and send the photos of the trip to an aunt, so then she can go and put it into stuff. Okay, I know what I want to do, and I know that I definitely haven't finished his line work, but... Wait, where the hell is his line work? Oh no, don't tell me. Please don't tell me. Where the fuck is his line work? Oh my god, I'm jealous! Are you able to get film for that? I wanted a Polaroid as a kid so badly. Man, that's like one of those things I really, really wish that I had gotten as a kid. I betcha I would have been like one of those kids that had like film everywhere. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. That's amazing. I have no idea what that means, but okay, I'm gonna look that up. Where the... I don't know where that... Yay! That's so good. No, I meant like Polaroid Sun. Oh shit, it's like the classic Polaroid. That's awesome. Is the one that everyone's like thinks of as the Polaroid camera. Oh my gosh. Dude, freaking Polaroids were... Oh yeah, like, dude, I really, like I said, I really wish that I had gotten a Polaroid as a kid, but, you know, you talk about being broke. Ah, my family was very much the broke. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, my mom, I have my mom's camera, I have my grandfather's cameras, and my aunt gave me a bunch of cameras. Dude, that's awesome. None of them are Polaroids, though, but they are all film. Actually, I have two that still have film in them, and I'm hesitant to use them. Of the new Polaroids? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna look this up now. I know I totally shouldn't, but here we are. Hey, there we are. So which one of these new Polaroids are we talking about? Because they've got several. But they do be expensive. Well, I mean, buying it straight from Walmart isn't too bad. I'd almost think that I have... Yeah, I have some medium format cameras. I have one camera that I do need to get repaired. I have two medium format cameras. And if you know anything about what that means, that's like really old. Like the yeah, they do come in pretty colors. The Fujifilm Insta ones are super cool. Those are super cool. Man, if I could still like... So, I don't know about getting, like, the super stupid expensive ones, but, or I don't know which one I would get. But I would, I don't know if I would get Fuji or a print, like, a Polaroid type camera, or if I want to get the box camera. There's a... Or is it cardboard camera? I think it's cardboard camera. Yeah, cardboard camera. Have you seen those? Not a box camera, no. No. God damn it. Where is it? Bro. Did they... Are they no longer doing their stuff? Oh, excuse me, not cardboard or thing. Paper camera, that's what it is. Paper camera. No, I want to go to the freaking website, bro. It's not this... Screw you guys. I want to go to the fucking website. Here it is. It is not a disposable camera. Yeah. Oh, they have interchangeable ones. That's cool. No, these are what I'm talking about. I know, totally not what I should be doing right now, but they're literally, so here we go. The camera, in and of itself, is just a, oh, cool, they got some new ones. Yeah, these things are literally just like the thing. So this right here is the camera. This little circuit board, that's all it is just a circuit board. And then you can get different cases for it. They do have some lenses for it. I think the cases actually affect, now don't quote me on this, but I think the cases Go away, bro. I think the cases do affect like kind of the filters and things that you go and do, but yeah, it's like this super cool like little thing. And I would love to get one just for like a point and click type stuff. And the photos, let's go with gallery. Let's go to the gallery. So these are the photos that you get from them. Like these like classic type feeling cameras, which I am perfectly fine with. Like there's no editing, or as far as I'm aware. Granted, I'm sure that they did edit some of these, but yeah. It looks like they did go and okay, yeah. So you can add these cards or these little SIM cards to them to go and put on the different filters and stuff. Which, let's be real, that's all I would do. I'd go and find one, stick with that, and that's all my photos would be, because I'm not going to sit there and dick around with it. It is very, very cool, and I could go and do it like manually through Photoshop and all that kind of stuff, but let's be real here. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to go and dick around with it. All I want is a camera that I can go and point and click with, that I can take anywhere and everywhere. I was, so when I went on my trip, we were going through the airport and we were going through security and all that, and they saw my DSLR and they were like, "Hey, is this film?" It's like, "No, it's digital." Right. I wanted to get one. I found out about it about a year before the trip, and I wanted to get one for while we went on the trip, because I didn't want to carry the big ass DSLR, because I'm sorry, it's chonky. It's chonky. I wouldn't mind an SLR or a mirrorless DSLR, because it's so much smaller. And there are a couple of them that there are companies that have them, but I'm just like, bro. So that the cases are made of paper, but the boards themselves are the only like really metal parts. Everything is built around the frame, and the frame is the board where you are. I mean, I think they've got a case for wet, but I'm gonna let you go and look that up, because I haven't. No, I don't like that. I haven't been. Oh wait, I'm not even in the line section. I mean, flip side, you could just go and put it into a plastic bag, and that was it. Put it in a Ziploc bag. There you go. Besides, it'd be the same worry for a film camera or a DSLR. Like, I would be absolutely, I kid you not, during that trip, I wanted to take the camera out so many times that I was just like, I want to do this. And then I'm like, it'll get wet. The next time I go, and I don't know when that'll be, but the next time I go, I want to go and spend the money to get a camera that works underwater. Get an underwater camera. So then when I go scuba, I can go and do that. Why? It's only like, okay, it's like $14, but honestly, you're paying for so the collections are like 150, 120. Most of that is just, most of that money is going to the actual card, the camera card. The rest of it, like the $100 is going to the camera card. The rest of it is going to the like 3 or 4 different cases that you're getting with it. It's very much not a thing to be worried about, you know. I don't feel like that's something to be super worried about. I understand the hesitation, but I don't think they care. They have some of them that you can literally just like draw on. I think they honestly expect you to draw on them to make them your own. So I wouldn't be worried about it. I really wouldn't. Bless you, little one. Wait, I don't know why I did it that far. There we go. Wait, no. There we go. Ah, man. Okay. Okie dokie, Smokey. You gotta go back to painting. There is nothing wrong with going back to painting. How dare you be like, I have to go back to painting. Man, right now, if I could go back to painting, I would. I know that I am technically painting on here, but... I'm only kind of painting. I'm inking, I'm not painting. Screw it. I think that... There we go. I mean, right, God. You know, okay, so here's the thing that I have trouble with art, with doing art and everything. Naturally, of course, is the whole, like, art's not real work. Anyone who's an artist knows that's bullshit, because having worked out with people and having done art for as long as I have, maybe not full-time professional, but, you know, all these things, you can't say that it's not work, because let me tell you, it requires the same amount of focus, sometimes depending on the type of work, more so. Honestly, it requires way more focus than working in retail. Like, seriously. It requires so much more focus than it does in retail. Anyways. Here you are. This is truth. Anyways, right. There we go. Because you're required to go and do so much more, like, detail-oriented stuff and snap decision making. And you don't have somebody sitting there being like, oh yeah, this is right, this is wrong. You don't have a definitive guideline. It requires so much more brain power than just being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go and slap some paint on some things. Like, even the paint slappers are just like, this requires some work, and the people who are, you know, quote unquote paint slappers are literally sitting there being like, okay, what is the best system that I can literally go and put forth this without putting in a lot of brain power? And it's doesn't work because there's still a lot of brain power going on because you have so many like minute decisions to make. Oh hey, look at that, break time. Woot! Sorry I was late. I was reading something. I kept getting distracted by this beeping sound. I'm joking. I'm joking. Well, I'm kind of joking. Anyway. No. No. I don't remember what I was talking about before break. But, yes. Yeah. Lizardi is a terrible troublemaker. Oh, I have a question for you. And if this is in the realm of TMI or things, please feel free not to answer, especially considering that this is all on the Webernets, public Webernets. Is your last name your husband's or yours? I know it's such a dumb question to go and put that much thing on, but that is nice. That's very cool. You married him with the name Lizardi. You just wanted the last name, didn't you? I'm teasing. That's funny. That's funny. You married him for the name. I got it. I got it. Oh, hey. Oh, no. Okay. Anyways. I'm a giant idiot. I mean, I'm not an idiot. I did something very, very dumb. Was Norwood. Why would both of them sound amazing? Both last names sound amazing. Okay, so I have a thought that everyone hates their last names. But yeah. Yeah, I feel like everyone who grew up with their last name absolutely hates their last name. Unless it gets you into places, in which case, you know, kind of have a love-hate relationship with it. Except for people who have very, very basic names. Like my last name, very, very basic. Although, I say that, I've only come across 3 people with the same last name as myself. Over my lifespan. That I actively know about. Huh, I've never thought about that before. It's not as I've had more people with the same first name. I've met more people with the same first name than I have with the same last name. Again, that I'm aware of. And I haven't met anyone with either of those 2 names. So, yeah. Yeah. Like, Norwood makes you sound like a wood elf. Lizardi makes you sound like, I don't know. Tiefling? Wood elf and a tiefling got together. There's a joke in there for you. Yeah, I very much am a high fantasy kid. I hope that that didn't bother you at all. I'll take tiefling. I mean, you know, in what was it? Honor of Thieves. The Wood Elves took the tiefling in, so you know. Ah, man. D&D is such a weird place to be. All right. I don't want to play with that one anymore. I don't know what I want to do on this. I know I have lots of things that I want to do. I am looking at the thing, and I know that I need to go and finish up the line work on him. Are you gonna tell your son that he's the kid of 2 tieflings? Or that he's the son of a tiefling and a wood elf? I mean, you did take the tiefling. You did take the tiefling. So, you know. That would be funny. That would be very funny. Anyways. I have no idea what I'm doing now. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. It's the 7th son of a 7th son. I don't think your husband... I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But, you know. I mean, you know. Yeah, that's impressive. That's impressive. There was this kid that I went to elementary school with, and he was the 3rd in his line. I'm just like, so sorry, bro. And what was crazy is that, like, I'd met his grandfather. There you go. There you go. Yeah. So yeah, definitely go and be like, hey, when you see him today, be like, hey, you do realize that you're the child of a wood elf and a tiefling, right? I'm sorry, I keep going back to that, but I still think it's awesome and funny. I bet your husband would get a kick out of it too. But it was crazy because I knew his grandfather, and his dad, this kid's dad, volunteered to be our oh my god. Yeah, we don't have any traditions like that in my family. Oh my god. Oh my god. I want to hear so many more stories on this. Anyways, so he, but whenever you see them, like, their body types are completely different. Like, there is still very much the family genetics there. Like, yeah, they were all related, but, like, the body structures, like, his dad, his grandfather, now granted his grandfather was definitely on the higher end of the boomer generation. He definitely was grandfather. His dad though was this like big stocky guy, like tall and stocky. And this kid, he was tall and freaking thin. Like super thin. Like thin enough that I was like, dude, you're too thin. And this was as a kid. Like we had a bunch of thin people in our class, like tall and thin. Let's see. There was K, there was B, and then there was A. I'm not saying their actual names because God knows my luck. They would end up watching this and be like, "Oh my God, this is her! Stop talking shit about us." That would be my luck. Oh, and R was tall too, but unlike the other three, R was proportionally correct. Like they weren't. R was tall but not skinny. Like not like rail thin like the others were. But K and B were both the tallest in the class like throughout school, and they continue to be like the tall people like all the way through school. And so unfortunately they were constantly in sports, and honestly I don't think K actually liked being in sports. We did not get along. K and I did not get along, and looking back I don't know if that was because of the situation that they were in, or if it was because of they were just really, really awkward. K honestly was a really nice person, but I think that they were caught in a hard place. B was also really, really nice. B was B, so you know. He was not a B though. B was not a B. A probably works for NASA now, or some sort of engineering thing. I hope, anyways. Oh, and then there was D. God, I forgot. Well, D wasn't technically in our class. D was awkward, tall and awkward. He looked a lot like an owl. Like Hootie from Owl House. He looked a lot like Hootie from Owl House. Which I know sounds really, really bad. But, oh my God. Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, he looked so much like Hootie from Owl House. Please tell me you've seen that. If you haven't, I could not recommend a Disney animation more, with the exception of Tron Legacy, Uprising. Tron Uprising. I convinced a friend of mine to go and look at the Tron. I convinced a friend of mine to go. I'm not getting a lot. I don't want to work on this anymore. I've hit my I'm done with this piece, but I still have to go and do this part right here, and I don't want to. Yeah, exactly. Owl House. So imagine Owl House with like ice blue eye, or imagine Hootie with ice blue eyes, and that is exactly how this kid looked. And he was nice to an extent. He always weirded me out, but not like in a I can put my finger as to why you weird me out. Like, you're nice, but I don't want to necessarily have you around me type thing. And I will say that as a kid, and I discussed this before, as a kid, I did not know my own strength, and I used to get into trouble for that all the time. Yeah. Just pinching someone, I would end up leaving bruises on them. And it was not intentional. It was not intentional. Like, I don't know how I managed to do it. I really don't. I really don't know how I managed to do it. Like, I was a freaking kid. I wasn't even, like, 10 yet. Well, maybe at that time I was 10. But, like, you know, that's a lot of strength for a little kid to have. Like, looking back on it, it's like, that's a lot of strength for a little kid to have, to be able to do that. I did back off. Once I found out that I was doing that, I would back off on that, but like, oh my god. Oh my god. It was crazy. It was insane. That school was just so messed up. So messed up in so many ways. Ah, man. So yeah, no, that was no, there were kids that I absolutely did not like because they were full of themselves a-holes. Like, there was this one kid. I'm also gonna call him, or I'm gonna call him Y because his first name also starts with another letter that everyone else has. So Y had so much ego. Like, he thought he was the absolute best in sports and everything. And I don't know why. I really don't know why, because B was so much nicer, and he was way better in sports. But he was like one of those like calm people that was confident in themselves. Like, he was really mature for his age, which makes me kind of wonder what kind of life he had, what his home life was like. And mind you, the school that I was going to was a private school. For some of these kids, looking back, it's like, oh my god, what kind of hell were you guys going through? Like, my life wasn't necessarily pleasant, but especially for some of the things, like, and I mean, you know, he could have naturally just been like that. But at the same time, I do know that he had siblings that he took care of. Anyways. But Y was just so egotistical. Like, absolutely egotistical. And, there was this one kid. W. Oh my god. I absolutely hated her. She single-handedly made my life a living hell. I don't know why. I don't know what I did. But she would make my life a living hell. I don't know why. I legitimately have no idea as to why. Like, family has theories, but, you know, family's often biased. So, anyways, but why was just, so one time we did this touch football game. We actually did like a full-on football game over a couple periods of recess. It was one of the coolest things ever, I'll definitely say that. By that time, I had started learning that I really wasn't well liked by my classmates. Suspect that it had a lot to do with the neurodivergency. And I think we had like 10 kids in our class, and we were the largest class at the school. So, which tells you a lot about that. Anyways, so we were doing this like touch football thing, and in order to play the game, you had to kind of like sign up, and you had to follow the rules for it. Well, one, I never really played football, but everyone told me that I was gonna quit halfway through. I was like, I'm not gonna quit. Signed up for this. What's the thing? So, I played it just for the fun of it and to kind of tell people to F off, for them to believe that I was gonna quit, in the middle of this game. So I made sure that I had the most fun I could while playing this game. And one, I learned some rules about football, like whenever they're getting ready to do the kickoff thing, don't go past the scrimmage line. I didn't know that. And they got me once, and then they tried to get me to go and do it again. It's like, nope, I already got yelled at for that. No, thank you. And like, it's super crazy because it's like, and it wasn't just the kids, it was also the teacher too, or the person that was in charge of all this, and that had been like, I don't think that this is a good idea, all that kind of stuff, for me to go and do. So not only did I play this game all the way to the end, but my team won. Like, that's the crazy thing, is that my team won the game. And I don't know how we did. All I know is that we did. I followed as many of the rules as I could. And they told me the things. And I was like, okay, that's cool. That works. And we won. I don't know how, but we did. And Y was so angry that he threw a fit. Like, he threw a fit, and I was just like, well, that seems like a weird thing for somebody who's older than me to go and do. And everyone who was on that team, or a lot of the people who were on that team, I really don't remember who all was on that team, but a lot of the people who were on that team did not like me on the opposite team, oddly enough, right? And it was just such a weird thing. It was fun, but it was weird, you know? It was a really weird experience. So, yeah, that's my childhood. I still don't get it. I still don't get, like, some of the reactions and things like that I would end up getting. I do recognize that I was 100% the weird kid. And I don't know that I could have made myself any less weird. I mean, some of the stuff I heard about. So, where was I at? I was at some place yesterday. I don't remember where. I was at some place yesterday and I was doing something. And I just happened to be in this area, and this woman, she was talking to her boss. And she's like, hey, I have to go. I missed some phone calls. Apparently my kid has been assaulted, and the kid that assaulted her ripped off her shirt. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like, it was very clear that she was upset, and I was like, dude, why the hell are you still here? Like, that's one of those things that I don't care. I'm leaving, and I will call you to explain as I am gone. As I am gone. If that was my kid, I would have been like, I am leaving, I will call you while I'm on my way. Or while I'm on my way to go and do that. But holy shit. Like, what the hell? I felt so bad for her and the kid. I was just like, why are you here? I understand that you need a job, or I understand that you need a job and everything and pay bills, but that one, I don't think anyone, if somebody had said something, I like, that's one of those situations where don't fire this person, otherwise you are going to end up in a shitstorm. Like, in a shitstorm, because it doesn't matter how bad the political situation is. If the news outlets get a hold of that, if there's any like negative repercussions of that, like, everyone in a community is going to be like, oh, okay, well, you can just die there. We're not going to help you. We're not going to shop at your place. You will absolutely never have business again. Oh, like, oh my God. They did let her go and everything, but I was just like, oh my God. Ah, no, did that wrong. I know as a parent that probably like freaks you out and everything, and I don't blame you. I do not blame you. Like I don't know. I'm fairly certain that it is a combination of things, but like I also understand that kids don't understand long-term repercussions. Most kids, let me rephrase that. Most kids don't understand long-term repercussions. And but seriously, teach your kids that anything that they do now, it's worse for the kids that are coming up now, like yours, and I'm so sorry. Because anything that they do, we have so much surveillance, and it's not, and the thing is that government surveillance, surveillance from businesses, that's all like privately. Okay, maybe not the government surveillance, but okay, I don't know about government surveillance, but the store surveillance stuff, unless it tends to be really, really funny or it's like life-threatening, for the most part, his teammates laughed at him while he was trying to kick a ball. Am I understanding that correctly? Oh my God. Douchebag teammates. What the hell? Where do 8-year-olds get that kind of thing? Like, seriously, where the hell do 8-year-olds get that kind of thing? Yeah. That's one of the nice things about being neurodivergent. That's such bullshit. That's one of the nice things about being neurodivergent, is that early on, you don't notice that stuff. You're following the rules, and you assume that everyone is following the rules. And the moment that hits you, or the moment that you learn that that's not the case, it's so much harder to deal with people. Because now you're trying to wonder, okay, are they following the rules? Are you following the rules, or what? Like, I don't understand how you want that to be done. Like, seriously. So one of my... Yeah. The fact that a coach had to parent other people's kids is so dumb. Like, seriously. Nice. Yeah. Neurodivergent, being neurospicy lets you kind of ignore a lot of the world. And a lot of the realities of the world. Whether that be good or bad, it does. Like, I didn't know that people could actually be mean. I didn't realize that I was being bullied until my last like 2 years from going to that school. Nice. Exactly. What the hell are parents teaching their kids? Like, seriously. Like, okay. I do have a dark sense of humor, but yeah, that's good. I'm not gonna lie, this makes me a terrible person. I full on recognize this. I'm not gonna lie. If somebody had messed up a kick, like Like before he kicked, you know, laughing before he kicked, that's so dumb. Laughing after he kicked, that might be, you know, that might be something else. Oh my god. Okay, yeah.
Clever Kaiju is an artist-led organization that brings visual artists together to learn, develop, create, and bring their work to the world. We host a live art show called The Pin Click and virtual labs with professional instructors. Check out our webcomics, online store, event schedule, and Discord community at cleverkaiju.com. That's Kaiju, cleverkaiju.com.
missed it. All good. Bright and obnoxiously loud. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Okie dokie. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm gonna say sorry or not. Oh, by the way, thank you for the step-by-step instructions on how to do that. On how to do the stencils. Um, do 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 do. Right, okay, asking. It's like, what is this question that I'm supposed to be asking that I cannot remember? No, it does help. I do have one small question though. And my question is, how did you get a smooth background? Because all my backgrounds are textured. I did end up playing with it for a little bit, and I did enjoy that. I think I'm going to be adding all? What do you mean all? Plain white canvas. Makes sense. Oh wait, that's not where that goes. That goes down there. Bugger. Oh, white simple. Okay. Nice. Very nice. I wonder if I can do something. I'm gonna do something and I'm going to 100% regret it. Oh wait. Mother Huffer. Oh yeah, definitely. What I might go and do is build it in CorelDRAW, and then save it as a PNG, and then bring it over into Rebel, and then turn it into a stencil there. Yeah, it's a lot more steps, but I think the lines will end up being cleaner. Because I don't have your mad skills, man. Yeah, I don't have your mad skills. Oh yeah, hey, we're on our last session. Oh, is that what you do too? Okay. I'm very silly. Or something similar to that. Aw, that makes me sad. Didn't notice that before. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Like, there's a reason why I'm actually kind of surprised at how well I'm doing with the, with my line work right now. That's fair. That's very fair. I will say, going to, maybe not so much for brush textures. That's getting a little much in there. To paint like I do now. I mean, you know. Like I said, I prefer just using the tools that are available. This is where my I guess my autism comes into play. That I like my set rules, and all the brushes in here are set rules, and I can finagle with them and make something that's digital look traditional. Don't ask me how I do it, because literally it's just me using the same traditional techniques same techniques I do as I would traditionally. The depth brush. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you mean like those? Like what I'm doing with the halftones? Yeah, I definitely want to do some stuff with the halftones because they are driving me up the wall. Like, I like them, but I mean, I think I understand what you're saying. Clearly, my brain is not processing right now. I'm sorry. My brain is clearly not processing right now. But I think I understand what you're saying. And I think that's what I did with the, it's not showing. I think that's what I did with these right here. All these smaller ones. Oh yeah, definitely do that. Yeah, I definitely do that. Oh my god. So. Anyways. Oh no! Actually, I can't do it like that. Yeah, yeah. That's one reason why some of my brushes are the way that they are. Literally just tweaking the ever-loving shit out of them. I wouldn't say that's crazy. You really should. I really think that that would be something profitable for you. Probably stay off Etsy. Apparently, Etsy is kind of being really, really douchey right now, so... I don't know for surezies, but I will be looking at that before too long. I did that hand wrong. What I should do. Yeah. I'm gonna go. No. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. I think Gumroad is the one that most people use. If you're looking for a third-party vendor. Because honestly, I have very little understanding of how that kind of stuff works. I am using it, or I am working on learning more. But as I said, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I will actually go on Etsy. Well, that's the thing. The reason why I was so interested, so I did get an Etsy account, and I was gonna go and sell some stuff on there. Exactly. But then it just kind of became this like giant mess of stuff. I haven't been on there for very long. And I'm just like, bro, I don't know if I can handle this. I don't know if I can handle this. So, and it's just like, I'm not sure that this is a thing that I want to go and fight and spend my energy on. Right. And it does seem a little bit like a lot of these places are, or a lot of these, I don't want to call them vendors, but a lot of these creators, like there are some creators like 100% will tell you everything. I'm definitely going to be one of those. Clearly, because I'm sitting here literally doing my work in front of everybody. But like you can clearly see what my process looks like. Like you can clearly see my process and literally listen to my thoughts and all that. But like it is there are so many more creators out there who don't share their process or anything and don't show it, or what they'll do instead is they'll be like, oh yeah, you can learn this if you buy my stuff. And I'm just like, bro, the only reason why I'm looking through your stuff is because I need to make some money here. Like, art is not about okay, to me, art is not about going and making as much money as you possibly can. That is a side effect that happens for many an artist. But you want to be a good artist, go be like James. If you want to be a great artist, go be like James Gurney. Go be like Bob Ross. Go be like all these other like super famous or super amazing artists who go and show their techniques, who are willing to share it. If you can. There are some artists who you do not want to learn from. They are great artists, but they cannot teach to save their life. Like, I can't think of any that I know of, but like if you want to go into fantasy art, go and look at Smart School. Go and learn from Scott and Greg. Oh my god, they're amazing. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't necessarily think it's wrong of them, but I don't think you should, I don't know. I haven't, okay, so here's the thing. I'm speaking as somebody who has not done it. All right? I've not done it. And I'm on the other side of this right now. I'm not on their side of this. I'm on the other side of it. Somebody who's looking for that. If I'm going to spend that money, I gotta know that it is well worth to spend that money. Scott and Greg, I know is well worth spending that money because one, the type of work that they have done, for how long they have also taught the classes too. You know, the like the type of stuff that they have done is very, very clear, and the work and things like there is that. And James Gurney does it too. Like he sells his books. He has videos that you can go and purchase that he'll go and walk through very specific things and teach you how to do it. Fine. But if you straight up go and ask them, they're not going to sit there and try and gatekeep that information. And I have talked to a couple of artists where I would be very interested in learning their process and talk to them. And they're just like, nope, I'm not going to tell you. And it's not because they have product. It's not because they have things to go and sell. It's because they are not interested in making, I suppose, more competition. And to view it as competition is really, really kind of negative. You know, it's a negative side of competition. You know, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying don't try and shove it down, because I know part of it is the algorithm. I have been consistently, yeah, that's weird to me. Yeah. I have consistently, Charles Urbach, by the way. Yeah, exactly. To gatekeep art. Charles Urbach, by the way, he is freaking fantastic. He is a color pencil artist. He is, I talked to him for a long period of time. I was able to learn his process through it, and I asked him very specific questions. And, he was all for that. And it, you know, I don't know if he does have classes, but I'd be very interested in continuing to learn from him. Like that would be worth it to me, because I have talked to him, and in person, he was very, very interested in you know, actually telling people how his stuff worked. He was super excited. It was like a little kid in a candy store. While our approaches to traditional art are very similar, he does have a bit more digital in his work. But it is what it is. Man, I felt so bad for him. We were discussing women in art, and he's like, yeah, I have this one piece, and it's a very beautiful piece of, I think it's a goddess, shit, I can't think of the name. Anyways, it's very modest, it's very beautifully done. But we were talking, and he's like, yeah, unfortunately, I can't sell any of these because nobody wants to buy them. And I felt really, really bad about it. However, he had another piece that I did end up buying. I bought a print of. I well, I don't think I could have bought. I don't think I could have bought the original of it, because it'd be expensive. I think it was done for a client. So there's no way I would have been able to buy it. Anyways, but you know, like $100 for a lesson is for a certain amount of lessons that are not one-on-one. You know, I understand that your time is valuable, but if you're gonna do that, do it in like increments and everything. It's just so ridiculous. Like $100 straight out of the gate, and it's like, guys, these are people who are just starting. You can't expect them to just drop $100 straight out of the gate. Like that, or like if you're getting into a guild, yeah, that's fine. Like AIGA, AGIA, I think that's what it is. I don't know. The graphic artist guild thing. Yeah, graphic art, like the graphic artist guild. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The payment plans, I think, at least offer payment plans if you're going to do it. Don't just be like, oh yeah, you can only do it through this much. And it's like, bro, I'm not going to drop that much money. there's one graphic artist I really, really like, and I would love to do his stuff, but I can't currently. But the thing is that he has a nice balance between stuff to learn online. Right? Yeah, so pro whatever. Pokoro or something like that on YouTube. That's a good one to start with. Drawbox is an excellent one to start with. Was it Drawing Wings? I'm on their Discord. What is it? Winged Canvas, that's another one that's a good one to start with. Like finding art channels to really, really like inspire you is super important. I haven't, like, if you want like more of the professional side of it, what is it? Painted in Color, I think is the channel. I'd have to go and look it up. But they are more of the professional side, like legit professionals. Like everyone that's on there is a professional in the field. I know, it's the end of the end of the stream. I'm sorry. All right. Let's see. But they go and update their stuff like every 2 weeks or something like that. My gosh. What is it? Jesus. Okay. Painted in Color. Like if you want like more of the professional side of it, that's a really, really good one. So yeah. It kind of took the place, or it's taken the place of One Fantastic Week. Which once upon a time was a fantastic resource. There you go. Yeah. It took the place of One Fantastic Week, which was a great resource and had a lot of really amazing interviews and things like that. And I wish I had been able to watch all of it, but their library got taken down. And yeah, there's a whole thing with that. Painting with 88. Oh my god, I haven't seen that one yet. I need to watch it. Okie dokie. All right, so I am going to sign off before I go any further down this rabbit hole, or before I go and put my foot in my mouth, because, you know, that is likely being neurodivergent and learning and all that kind of stuff. Being human, let's go and put this. Being human, I will put my foot in my mouth. I 100% understand that. And I will at some point be hypocritical, but the point is that you can only be hypocritical if you continue to do it after you learn how and why. So why that has happened. So, all right. I'm going. I will chat with you later. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Be safe out there. Bye.